Hello and welcome to my channel. Today's video we will be making this little fisherman. He is no-sew from his feet to his arms up to his head, and then we'll have to add his little ears and then make his little clothes and his hair and face. And then I will have a little bit at the end if you want to try and make him a little fishing rod with a bobber and his little fish to hang on to. As well, this one was my original design with the little green waders and shirt and then the brown vest and hat. And I didn't realize until I start collecting all my yarn that I actually used 11 different colors in this guy. So if you've been crocheting for a long time, you may have a bunch of different shades of greens and browns and be able to make them like this. But if you are just starting and you only have a few different shades, don't run out and buy a whole bunch just to make this. I'm going to put a little screenshot of a photo in them all, one all green and one all brown, and then you can have a look at that. And maybe that will help you out. Plus you could do the fish green or brown as well. So this is a crochet along, so I will be doing every stitch with you. But if you get lost or I do something you don't understand, there will be a 30-second drop down with the pattern instructions at the beginning of every row that you can refer back to. And I just have to mention, if you enjoy my channel or this video, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Not only does that help me out, but you will also be notified every time I load a new video. As well, feel free to share or like or leave me a comment. For this video, the materials I used was a number 4 medium yarn. I used a 4.25 millimeter hook for the body, the head, all the clothes. And then when it come to the fish and the bobber, I used a 3.75 millimeter hook. You might need wire cutters, just some cheap wire of whatever kind you can find. And I used pipe cleaners for the ties. And then I throw in a teeny little kind of option if you don't have wire and pipe cleaner. It's not fancy, but it will work till you can get some. I think that's everything. So grab your yarn and let's get started. Okay, we're going to begin with the skin color. So you're just going to make a knot with the loop on the end as if you were going to make a chain, and you can start any way you want or you're used to, as long as you have the same amount of stitches in row 1. If you're doing it this way, you are going to insert your hook, grab your yarn, and chain 1. And remember, that does not count as a stitch. That just attaches your yarn to your loop. And for round 1, you're going to do 6 single crochets into the loop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Grab a stitch marker if you're using one, And for round 2, you're going to do 6 increases. So that's 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around for a total of 12. So increase, oops. Sometimes that first one's a hard one. 1 and 2 in the same stitch. Increase again. 3 and 4 in the same stitch. Increase again. 5 and 6 in the same stitch. Increase again. 7 and 8 in the same stitch. Increase again. 9 and 10 in the same stitch. And our last increase, 11 and 12 in the same stitch. Rows 3 and 4 are just going to be 12 single crochets all the way around, and I'm going to do them consecutively. So that's 2 rows of 12. 2 times 12 is 24, so I'm just going to count to 24 and flip my marker when I hit a set of 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 1 row. I'm going to flip my marker and do the second row and keep on counting. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Row 5 is going to be what I call a double crochet cluster of 3 and then 11 single crochets all the way around. So for the double crochet cluster, you're going to yarn over, go into the next stitch, grab your yarn, pull up and through, and you're going to go through the first 2 loops and leave the last loop on the hook. So that's 1. Do that another time, yarn over in that same stitch, grab your yarn, pull up and through, and you're going to go through the first 2 stitches, or loops, sorry. That's twice. And one more time, yarn over in that same stitch, grab your yarn and pull up and through, and you're going to go through the first 2 loops. You'll have 4 loops left on your hook. You're going to grab your yarn and pull through all 4 of those loops. And there's your little cluster for the thumb. And then we have 11 single crochets left, and I'm going to count consecutively. So that was stitch 1, and this will be stitch 2. And then keep on counting. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Row 6, you're going to do 1 single crochet, 1 decrease, repeat that all the way around for a total of 8. So single crochet in the next stitch, 1, decrease for 2, single crochet for 3, decrease for 4, single crochet for 5, decrease for 6, single crochet for 7, and our last decrease for 8. And we're not going to finish off that decrease because we're going to change to our shirt color now. So grab your shirt color and you're just going to tie that on nice and tight close to where the hook is 2 or 3 times. And you can cut your skin color. And then you're just going to grab that new color and pull it through that last decrease. Now for rows 7 to 14, we're going to do 8 single crochets for 8 rows. So that's 8 times 8 is 64. So we're going to do 64 stitches and flip our marker every time we hit a set of 8. So 1, 2, actually maybe I'll take this away now. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, flip your marker if you're using one, and keep on counting. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, flip your marker, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, flip your marker, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, flip your marker, and we're halfway around. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, flip your marker, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 'Flip your marker. 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, flip your marker, excuse me, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, and our last stitch, 64. All right, grab yourself a little bit of stuffing. And when you grab your stuffing, grab enough that you think will do 2 arms. And then just kind of split it in half and just kind of double check you have the same amount, just by feel here. And then save that one chunk for your second arm. And I'm going to split this in half again. I'm going to put one bit down into the hand, so the hand is nice and firm, and then I'm going to put the other little bit just into the top of the arm. That might be a little much, so I'm going to actually split that in half again. Just remember that you took another little piece out when you do your second arm. And you just want that to lightly stuff the top half of the arm. Now put your hook back in. You can get rid of your stitch marker. And we are going to do 3 single crochets across the top. So we're going to go into the front side of the next stitch and then the back side of the last stitch. So just like that, through both sides of each stitch, front and back, and we're just going to do 3 across. 1 into the next one, front and back, 2, and the last one, front and back, 3. And then you're just going to tie that off, leaving a tiny bit of a tail. Even though the arms are no-sew, there is something I do with them at the end that kind of helps them look a little better, and we'll need that little bit of string for that. All right, if you're just finishing your first arm, I will be putting a screenshot in the next frame with a timestamp so you can go back and do the second arm. If you're done the second arm, just keep on watching and we'll continue on to the next part. Now we're going to start with the feet and go up. So grab whatever color you're using for the hip waders. And you're going to make your knot with the loop on the end like you were going to make a chain. And remember, you can do this any way you want as long as you have the same amount of stitches for row 1. But if you're doing it my way, you're going to insert your hook, grab the yarn and pull through and chain 1. And remember, that doesn't count as a stitch. You're just attaching your yarn to the loop. And for row 1, you're going to do 6 single crochets into the loop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and last one, 6. Grab a stitch marker if you're using one. And for row 2, you're going to do 6 increases, so 2 single crochets in each stitch all the way around for a total of 12. So increase 1 and 2, increase 3 and 4, increase 5 and 6, increase 7 and 8, increase 9 and 10, and our last increase 11, and 12. Row 3, we're going to do 1 single crochet, 1 increase, repeat that sequence all the way around for a total of 18. So 1, increase, 2 and 3, 4, increase, 5 and 6, 7, increase, 8 and 9, 10, increase, 11 and 12, 13, increase, 14 and 15, 16, and our last increase, 17 and 18. Oops. Row 4, we're going to be going in the back loops. So if you've never gone in the back loops before, when you go regularly into the stitch, you're going to go under the 2 V's of the stitch. When you go in for a back loop, you go down between those 2 V's and out. So for row 4 in the back loops, we're just going to do 18 single crochets all the way around. So back loop, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you should start seeing a little ridge, which is going to help make his feet flat on the bottom. Keep going in the back loops. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, whoopsie, 16, 17, and our last one, 18. Row 5, we're just going to do another row of 18 single crochets all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and our last one, 18. Row 6, we're going to do 1 single crochet, 1 decrease, repeat that sequence all the way around for a total of 12. So 1, decrease for 2, 3, decrease for 4, 5, decrease for 6, 7, decrease for 8, 9, decrease for 10, 11, and a decrease for 12. Rows 7 to 12, we're just going to do 12 single crochets all the way around, and I'm going to do that the same as the arms. I'm just going to count consecutively, so that's 6 rows. 6 times 12 is 72, I hope. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and I'm flipping my marker. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, flipping my marker, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, flipping my marker, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, flipping my marker, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, flipping my marker, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72. Now just double check, since I wasn't sure on my math. We want to be up to row 12. So starting in our center loop that we started on the back side of our stitch marker, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 rows. All right, now that we know we have the right amount of rows, If this is your first leg, you are going to do a slip stitch in the next stitch. And then you're going to tie that off, leaving a little bit of a tail because we're going to need that to sew the little hole between the legs. And then I will put a screenshot in the next frame so you can go back and do your second leg. But when you're on your second leg, don't finish off and cut it because we will be using that working thread to join your legs. So when you're done your second leg, it should look like this, and then we will move on to the next part. All right, so to join your legs, you're going to grab your other leg, and we are going to go just under the slip knot that we made when we fastened it off. Actually, I'm going to tuck this in out of my way here. Okay. So just in that stitch underneath the slip knot, get all your strings out of the way. Did not do a good job at that. Okay. So make your single crochet into that other side. And you want to have 12 single crochets going around. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And don't worry about this little piece here. That's just where you finished off and did your slip stitch. And we will fix that with that little tail we have. So then you're going to go onto the other side of the leg, and right here is your last stitch in that leg. So you're going to go over into this stitch right here beside it, and then we're going to do 12 single crochets on this side of the legs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So that was row 13, and you'll have a total of 24 stitches. Don't worry too much where you are with your stitches. This next round, row 14 is 24 stitches, and if you're off, we will just adjust when we get to here with an increase or a decrease, so we have a total of 24. So row 14, 24 single crochets all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Somehow my stitch marker's away, so just ignore that guy. Make sure you're going in the next stitch, another leg over here. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. What if you don't have 24? If you have 23, you'll increase in the last stitch. If you're going to end up with 25, do a decrease in those last 2 stitches. For row 15, we are going to be doing 3 single crochets, 1 increase. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 30. So 1, 2, 3, and our increase for 4 and 5. And we're just going to repeat that sequence all the way around. 6, 7, 8, increase, 9 and 10. Repeat that again. 11, 12, 13, and an increase, 14 and 15, 16, 17, 18, and an increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, 23, and an increase, 24 and 25, 26, 27, 28, and our last increase, 29 and 30. Rows 16 and 17 is just 30 single crochets all the way around, and I'm going to count those consecutive. So 2 times 30 is 60, so we'll do 60 stitches, flipping our marker when we hit our first set of 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So that's our first row of 2. So our next row, keep on counting. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. All right, before we go any further, let's just tie up our little hole here between the legs. And hopefully, a little stitch marker mistake doesn't get in our way here. So I'm just going to fold the edge of the pants down. Grab your darning needle. And thread that tail you left from the first leg. And all you're going to do is go back and forth or around and around, so you're sewing these four stitches together. So in this side and then over to the other side. And I'm going to go around instead of back and forth. So in this side on the top and this side on the other top. And just pull that closed. Maybe go one more time. I got a little bit of a hole here, so I'm going to go in and I'm just going to grab a little piece of one of these stitches, maybe, just to close that hole as well. Flip it the other way and just double check that you're happy that the hole's closed or not. I think I'm happy with that. And then you're just going to tie that. Oops, sorry, I got strings everywhere. Shouldn't have twisted that, I guess. You're just going to grab a stitch and just tie that off once or twice. Just so it's secure. And then you can hide it down in the leg or you can cut it off. And I'm going to cut mine off. And now for row 18, we are going to make the start of his little flap for his overalls. So you need to go in the front loop this time, because our next row after that is going to be in the back loop. So again, instead of going under both sides of the V, you're going to come down and you're going to come up through the V's this time. So in the back loop, we went down and out the back. This one, we're going to come down and up the front through the middle. Okay, so for row 18 in the front loops, we are going to do 30 single crochets all the way around. And make sure you're starting in the next stitch. So in that front loop, whoopsie, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And if you just want to check that you're doing it right, you should be getting a ridge on the back side now that you're going to go in on the next row. So keep going in the front loops. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. And don't finish off that last stitch because we're going to change color. So I'm going to actually cut mine now to make it a little easier to tie. Now you're going to be grabbing your t-shirt color. So whatever color you use to do the arms. So I'm using dark brown here, and on my other guy I used the light green. And you're just going to tie that new color on 2 or 3 times, nice and tight against your hook. I did it 3 times already, but there's an extra one. Then you're going to pull that new color through and finish that last stitch. Now for row 19, you're going to be going in those back loops that you just made. So all these back loops, and you're going to start, if you see, this is your next stitch right here. So go around. You want to get in, sorry, everything's in my way, I can't see nothing. You want to get in that first back loop. It might be a little tricky to find. And then you're just going to do 30 single crochets all the way around in those back loops. And if you fold your last row down, it'll make it a lot easier to find those back loops. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, just keep flipping that over, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and then you're going to have to dig a little bit for that last bar, 30. So you should have something that's starting to look like this, and this will flip over afterwards. All right, rows 20 to 22 is going to be 30 single crochets all the way around, and I am going to do those consecutively again. So it's going to be 3 times 30, which is 90, and just flip my marker when I hit a set of 30. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, flipping my marker and keep on counting, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, flipping my marker and keep on counting, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, and 90. Row 23, we're going to do 3 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that same sequence all the way around for a total of 24. So 1, 2, 3, and a decrease for 4, 5, 6, 7, and a decrease for 8, 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12, 13, 14, 15, and a decrease for 16, 17, 18, 19, and a decrease for 20, 21, 22, 23, and a decrease for 24. Rows 24 to 26 is going to be 24 single crochets all the way around, and that's 3 rows. So I'm going to again do that consecutively, and 3 times 24 is 72, and then we'll just flip our marker as we hit every set of 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, flipping my marker and keep on counting, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, flipping my marker, keep on counting, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72. Row 27, you're going to do 2 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 18. So 1, 2, and a decrease for 3, 4, 5, and a decrease for 6, 7, 8, and a decrease for 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12, 13, 14, and a decrease for 15, 16, 17, and a decrease for 18. Okay, now we're going to add the arms. And you might just want to check where your sides are. So if this is the front, you're going to have 3 stitches on each side for the arms and 6 stitches in the front. So we just fold it so it's centered, kind of. And I'm going to use this, where's my thing? So I'm going to use this as my 3rd stitch. So 1, 2, 3. So that's where my first arm is going to end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stitches between, and then 1, 2 on the side, and 3 for my other arm. So that looks like it's going to be even. So because there's 3 stitches and I'm in the 3rd stitch, I'm going to go back 3 stitches from where I am. So this is 1, 2, 3, and then count how many stitches you're going to have. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you only need to worry about this if you are, like, for some reason in a weird spot and you're not where I am. But if you've got 5 stitches and then the 3 stitches to go around, you should be perfectly okay. I'll just mark that just in case. So if you are in a different place, you can see how you would fix it. Oops, I always forget that one's broken. Okay, so for row 28, the arms, you're going to do 5 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is where our arm is going to start. So I'm going to take that out, grab your arm. You want the thumb and the string pointing to the front. So this, where you're at, is the back. So you want them pointing over this way. Insert your hook into the back of the arm. And I hope this ain't too hard to see, but the next stitch in your body, so you're through the arm, you're through the body, and you're just going to do a single crochet. So that's 1, and you're going to do 3. So this is 2 through the arm and through the next stitch of the body. That's 2, and then our 3rd one through the arm, our next stitch of the body, and that's 3. Now you're going to do 6 single crochets across. Make sure you're in the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now you're going to grab your other arm and make sure your string and the thumb are facing to the front. So remember, this is the back, so you want them facing out this way. Oh, sorry, it's always hard to get organized around my camera stand here. Whoops. So insert into the arm, and then the next stitch of the body. So that's where my last stitch was. And then going into the next stitch right there. And you can do 3 single crochets just like you did the last one. So that's 1 into the arm, and next stitch of the body, that's 2 into the arm, next stitch of the body, that's 3, and then you should have 1 stitch left in the row for a total of 18. 1. I forgot to write down, we're going to change to our skin color back. So that last 1 stitch that you did, start that stitch and just leave that half done so we can change back to our skin color. Okie dokie. So tie your new color on nice and tight, as close to the hook as you can get it. And then you can cut your shirt color. And then finish off that last single crochet of the arm row. Okay, so row 29, you're going to do 2 single crochets, 1 increase. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. 1, 2, and an increase, 3 and 4. 5, 6, and an increase, 7 and 8. 9, 10, and an increase, 11 and 12. And make sure you leave your little tails for your arms out hanging because you want them on the outside for later. 13, 14, and an increase, 15 and 16. 17, 18, and an increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, and an increase, 23 and 24. Row 30, you're going to do 3 single crochets, 1 increase. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 30. 1, 2, 3, and an increase, 4 and 5. 6, 7, 8, and an increase, 9 and 10. 11, 12, 13, and an increase, 14 and 15. 16, 17, 18, and an increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, 23, and an increase, 24 and 25, 26, 27, 28, and an increase, 29 and 30. Row 31 is going to be 4 single crochets, 1 increase. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 36. 1, 2, 3, 4, and an increase, 5 and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and an increase, 11 and 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and an increase, 17 and 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and an increase, 23 and 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and an increase, 29 and 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and an increase, 35 and 36. Row 32, we're going to do 5 single crochets, 1 increase. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and an increase, 6 and 7. Whoops, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and an increase, 13 and 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and an increase, 20 and 21. Sorry, it's getting so hot up in here. My needle's just, I'm sweating and my needle's just squeaking. So I'm doing the old rub it in your hair trick. So I hope we're at 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and an increase, 27 and 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and an increase, 34 and 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 40 and an increase, 41 and 42. Rows 33 to 39, it's just going to be 42 single crochets all the way around, and I'm going to use my row counter. So we just finished row 32. So I am just going to go around, flip my row counter, and then continue on another set of 42. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, I gotta redo that one. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So that was row 33. Next row of 42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So that was row 34. And another row of 42 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. So that was row 35. Another row of 42 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. And that was row 36. And another row of 42 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Sorry guys, it's so hot up here. I don't know, some of you know I'm in Canada and it's 31 degrees Celsius out today, and I'm upstairs in a room with the only window facing the sunny side, so I can't open it. And I'll just say, when it gets hot like this, we're not used to it, and we are a bunch of babies. So I just gotta keep taking my hook out and trying to de-sweatify it. Okay, so we're at 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, oh, it's already squeaking, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, oh, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. So that was row 37. So another row of 42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, that's a weird piece, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So that is row 38. So we got one more row left, and I always like to double check when I do repeat rows just in case I miss something. So I'm going to follow my line down till my last increase row. So I know I have 7 rows of 42. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows so far. So yes, I have 1 row left. So one last row of 42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I think I'm about to run out of storage. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. All right, so that's up to row 39 now. I think I'm going to go load this up on the computer, just free up some space and go cool down. And then when we come back, we'll add the eyes and some stuffing. Okie dokie. For the eyes, you're going to go down 4 rows. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So just between 1, 2, is that 4 and 5 rows? And then you're going to find your center. So I like to lay it flat, have my arms straight out, flatten out the head. And then I just take a pin and kind of find, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So this is my middle right about here. Just go up. I think I'm pretty close with where I had that pin anyway. Just kind of have a peek, see if you're happy with that as center. You could count the stitches across if you want. I think that's okay. And then I'm just going to take my eye and I'm going to go over 4 holes. So I'm in this hole right here. So 1, 2, 3, and then in the 4th hole. And same thing on the other side, over 4 holes. Which hole am I in there? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then just have a look at it. I think I'm over 1 stitch too many on this side. I'm going to bring that over 1 more. So I'm just inside of the arms a bit. Kind of level with this 2nd stitch. And same thing over here, kind of level with this 2nd stitch. Get rid of that. And if you're happy with where your eyes are, put the backs on. Listen for those clicks. There we go. I think I got one on further than the other. There we go. And we're also going to put the nose on, which is different from what I usually do. Usually I wait till it's all stuffed. So grab your darning needle. And you're going to go down 2 rows from where you've inserted your eyes. So we inserted our eyes on this row right here. So we're going to go 1, 2. That's pretty much center where I'm at, and I'm just going to go one stitch over from where my pin is and one stitch on the other side. You just want to be kind of centered. So you're going to come up, leave a little bit of tail for sewing on, and then you're going to come down on that other side. And you're just going to go around, I don't know, about 4 to 6 times. Whatever you feel looks right. I just like to have it kind of like a little bit of a bump there. Just enough that you can tell there's a nose or something. The tighter you pull it, the more times you're going to have to go around. So we're getting close here. Is that enough maybe? Maybe one more time, because I was pulling it pretty tight at the beginning. There we go. And then you're just going to tie that on the inside. This is way, if you've watched my other videos, this is way easier than what I usually do, because then I got to thread my needle and stick it back in. So you can cut those or leave those. I'm going to cut mine so they're not in my way. Then grab some scrap of black or whatever color you're using for the mouth. And you're going to go down 2 rows again. So from where the nose is, 1, 2, and just mark that kind of in the center under the nose. And you can just kind of decide where you want your mouth. I like to go just a little bit bigger than the nose, but if I made a really wide nose, then I'd want my mouth to be a little smaller. So I'm going to go just outside with my nose on this side. And then I'm going to come kind of right outside where the nose is on that side. And then you'll just tie that in the back again. Don't tie it too tight because you don't want to pull it. Plus when you stuff, you want to have a little bit of give in case you're stretching your stitches a little bit and you don't want that to pull tight. There we go, we're getting a little face. And then you're going to grab your stuffing and take very little amounts to begin with when you're doing the feet, because you want to get down and push those sides out a bit. So you want to get right down in there, and then, whoops, you want the feet to go out but stay flat. So kind of like that. And depending on how firm you do it, the feet are going to be quite a bit different. So I just like to try and put the same amount in, little by little. And I'm not always successful. Sometimes, like right now, I think I got way too much. There we go, that's a little better. Now I got not quite enough, but so just hold your finger down there so it stays flat, but it pushes out at the sides, and try and keep them even. And then slowly work your way up the leg a bit. You want them to be fairly firm. He's not really going to stand great by himself, but he'll have a better chance of kind of standing up if he's got firmer legs. I feel like one's quite a bit firmer than the other here. But I don't want to stretch that so much. There, that's better. Poor little guy, you look all lopsided. And then slowly start stuffing up his sides and his tummy. And you can make them however you want, firmer or softer. The more you put in, the kind of a little bit chubbier he's going to be looking. And probably his vest will like be a little more open. Whoops. Well, that didn't work how I wanted it to. So I think that's good for his body. Just kind of make sure he's even. I'm going to put a tiny little bit in his head, but not too much. As we close up his head now, we're going to kind of stuff a bit as we go. Because the more stuffing you have in there, the harder it is to kind of handle. Actually, I'm going to put that in after. Okay, so we are on row 40, I think. Oh, yes, 40. So for row 40, we're going to do 5 single crochets, 1 decrease, repeat that all the way around for a total of 36. And we're going to be changing colors at the end of this row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, whoopsie, 5, and a decrease for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and a decrease for 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and a decrease for 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and a decrease for 30, whoopsie, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and a decrease for 36, but don't finish that off because remember we're going to be changing the color. So grab your hair color, and I'm going to stick with the darker brown on this one. And you're just going to tie that on. 2 or 3 times, nice and close to the hook. Oh, again, it's sliding down instead of tying. Okay, cut that off. And then slide that through to finish off that last decrease. And row 41, you're going to do 4 single crochets, 1 decrease, Repeat that all the way around for a total of 30. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and a decrease for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a decrease for 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and a decrease for 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and a decrease for 20. Wondering why I can't see that very good. The background's so dark. 21, 22, 23, 24, and a decrease for 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and a decrease for 30. Row 42 is going to be 3 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. So 1, 2, 3, and a decrease for 4, 5, 6, 7, and a decrease for 8, 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12, 13, 14, 15, and a decrease for 16, 17, 18, 19, and a decrease for 20, I keep hitting the stand. 21, 22, 23, and a decrease for 24. I need to stabilize that a bit. Row 43 is going to be 2 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 18. So 1, 2, and a decrease for 3. 4, 5, and a decrease for 6, 7, 8, and a decrease for 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12, 13, 14, and a decrease for 15, 16, 17, and a decrease for 18. Now we'll add a little bit of stuffing to his head. You're going to want to, in the long run, have his head fairly firm for when we kind of shape his eyes and his chin down a bit like this. But for now, just keep it so you can still work with it. And then we'll try and jam a little bit at a time at the very end when we're down at 6 stitches. See, I don't even know if I should put this little piece in. If I can get it to stay out of my way, maybe. Okay, let's try it. So this is going to look pretty awkward. So just, hopefully it's easier for you. It's just tricky for me to keep it in the right spot here. All right, so for row 44, you're going to do 1 single crochet, 1 decrease, repeat that all the way around for a total of 12. I apologize if I keep hitting this camera. 1 and a decrease for 2, 3, and a decrease for 4, 5, and a decrease for 6. Oops, I got some stuffing there. 7, and a decrease for 8, 9, and a decrease for 10, 11, ooh, that's a bad one, and a decrease for 12. One nice thing about putting the hair on it when you go from the bottom to the top, you're not going to see any messiness like if you're bad at your decreases like I am. Well, this one's looking good right now, but it won't once I curl it all in at the end. Okay, so row 45, just 6 decreases for a total of 6. So 1 decrease, 2 decrease, 3 decreases, 4 decreases, 5 decreases, and 6 decreases. And of course I get stuffing on the last one. And then you're just going to do a slip stitch into that next stitch and tie off, leaving enough to close up and just hide it down on the inside. And now we are going to have to fill his head up. And I think I'm going to do that little part off camera. So just stuff that up as firm as you can, and then I will meet you back to do the next part. Okie dokie. Let's close him up now. So you're just going to weave. If you want to do top loops or the whole loop, I don't know how much it matters. I'm going to do the top, so I'm just going to go in and out. I need that to be different. And back and forth until I get all the way around. And you're just going to tighten that. This little end is in my way. And we'll not too tight because you're going to want to get at least 6 threads in this hole when you do the hair. And then just give it a tie. And then thread that out somewhere close to the back. I want to remember where my hole is there, so I'm just going to stick a pin in there, because that's where I'm going to start the hair. Then we'll cut that. And if you have a long enough piece, you can just use this same thread for the eyebrows. And you're just going to go about 1 stitch or row above the eye. So here or here, somewhere just on the outside of the eye. I think I'm going to go just a little over from the inside of the eye. Match that on the other side. So just like that. Bring it through. Make it kind of even. Then you're going to go about 4 stitches over. So 1, 2, 3, or 4. I'm going to go 3, so I'm just a little bit outside of the eye now. And you can either go straight across or 1 down. I'm going to do straight across on this one. I went 1 down on this one, so that'll be what it looks like if you go down. And then just come up the middle somewhere between the eyebrows. And then thread the other side and do the exact same thing. So I went 3 holes over, so 1, 2, 3, and I'm just on the outside of the eye. Go down and then come out where your other end is. And don't pull them too tight. Then you're just going to give them 1 or 2 ties. And then thread your other end in, and if I could, I don't know why I'm doing it left-handed. And then just put it down and out the back again, like you did with the other side. Or the hair. Come on. And be careful not to pull this one too tight as you're doing that, because you don't want to tighten up your eyebrows too much. I can't figure out which side do I pull. There we go. And you're going to cut that off. If you want, you can hide those, but your hair is going to be covering that depending on where you put it. Fix your little hole here if you have one. Let's do the little arm strings. So all you're going to do is you're going to thread your needle. Then you're going to bring it down right where your last stitch went in when you joined the arm. So right there, if you can see that. And then come out the center of the behind somewhere. And then do the same thing with the other one. So you're going to go right where your last stitch joining the arm was. And come out that same stitch you went in with the other one. I can't tell where my needle's going because it's bent. And I went through my thread here. That's not good. That's the first time I've done that. There we go. So you're going to give it one tie and don't let those crisscross. So I just hold them, flip them over. Then you're just going to pull each end and bring those arms in to where you want them, and then give it another tie. And then you'll thread them back in and out the body somewhere in the back. Them off. We might as well do the ears. So you're going to grab your skin color, leave a little bit of a tail, make your knot with the loop on the end. This time I would do it this way. And we're going to put 6 single crochets in here. So grab your yarn and make your one chain to attach your yarn. Remember, that doesn't count as a stitch. Don't go over your tail. And you're going to do 6 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then tie that off, leaving a bit of a tail. Then you're going to make a second one, so leave a bit of a tail, make your knot with the loop. You'll grab your yarn and do your chain 1 to attach your yarn to the loop. Then you're just going to do your 6 single crochets into that loop, but do not go over your tail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then tie off. Why is this so tight? Now you want to make sure both your ears are facing the same way. So this is the front, or what I would consider the front, and you can kind of see the V's. And then if you flip it around, you can see these bars, and the V's are back here. So whichever way you want them both the same way. And I'm going to have what I consider the front facing. And you're just going to take your pin. You're going to find the outside of your eye and put it in the hole right above there. And you're going to go over about 4 holes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And do that on the other side. So just on the inside of the eye. 1, 2, 3, 4. Have a look if they feel even. You're in this same row just above the eye. This is the row that you attached your eye, so you're 1 row up from there. And I think that's about okay. So grab your ear. Thread your needle. Make sure it's the way you want it facing. So mine's right side towards me. And I'm going to go just behind that pin and around that stitch. So right there. That's where I counted to. So I'm going to be going over these 3 rows here. Hold on, let me see if I can get this a little higher. Okay. Now you're going to go through the top stitch of the ear. Whoops. Then you're going to go around the next row, the same stitch just below. Sorry, I got a mess here. Then you're going to go through the center of the ear. Watch, that tail is going to be in your way all the time. And then you're going to go the next row down around the stitch that lines up. So right now you're under the eye. So you started at the top of the eye. The center of the ear went in the same stitch that your eye went in. And then now you're at the bottom of the eye. Assuming your stitches and your eyes are all the same as mine. And then go through the bottom of the ear. Now you can go through that again if you want. I'm just going to go through it one time. And then I'm going to tie the tail I was using to the tail I wasn't using. Just kind of at the bottom of the ear. Thread that other tail on. Why do I keep doing it left-handed? Okay. And then we're going to do that to the other ear. So you want to make sure you have the side you want facing. So I'm right side, so I want the top string. And I'm going to come behind my pin and around like I did on the other one. Through the top of the ear here. Oh, I might be showing this a little better this way. And you're going to come down and around on the next row. So we are in this row. Now we're in this row that matches with the eye. Through the center of the ear. And then down around the next row. So we're matched up with the bottom of the eye now. And then through the bottom of the ear. And if you went twice, do twice on this ear. If you went once, do once on this ear. And then you're going to tie those around each other again. I'll be doing mine twice. I did that really strangely, but okay. Thread your end on there. And then bring them down and out the same place you brought the other ear strings. Now, if you want to, you can do the same thing with the ears that you did with the arms. Just make sure you have the strings for this ear and the strings for this ear. Give them one tie. And flip him over and just have a look as you pull. Pull them in a bit. Just remember, if you have it a certain way, it is going to relax a bit. I think I did the ears last on the other ones. So I should. Okay. Then you need to thread all these back in and hide them down and out somewhere. So 1, 2, 3, and this 4th one looks like trouble. Oh, it went in. So just in that same hole and then out the back somewhere. This one I find a little tricky, and I'm going to grab my pliers for this one. Even that, there we go. Even that was quite a pull. Cut your threads. And fix your little spot there that you pulled the knot through. Okay, now we just got to do the little face thread. So you want another chunk of the skin color. And you're going to start in the center between the eyes. And you're going to come at a 45-degree angle from the eye and come out. Leave yourself some string on this side to tie later or to adjust. Then you're going to come straight under the eye. And you're going to go straight down to where in the neck where the brown and the white meet. So right there. You want to be in the white, not the brown. Pull that, but leave a little bit slack in case you need to adjust that. And then you're going to want to come in at the same spot on this side. So you want to come in on this side, but you're not going in there yet. You're going to go down, come up in front of where you want to go in, and then go in and come up just under the eye. I don't know which one this belongs to. This one, I think. And then you're going to go in the one that's a 45-degree angle to match this side, and then come out where you started. And I'm just going to add some length on this side. Now what I like to do is tie it first, just so it doesn't bounce back. And you're going to tighten this at the same time, kind of manually pushing the eyes and the cheeks where you want them. So they'll kind of go where you want them when you're pulling, but then you want to also just kind of push them around to make sure. I think that's good enough. You just want to have a little bit of a cheek and a little bit of a bump between the eyes. Tie it a couple of times. And then you're going to thread that out the back. Whoop. Just anywhere in the back. Cut that off. And then if you have a little hole here, just kind of move your stitches around a bit just to hide that. Yeah, right. Looks kind of cute, doesn't he? And then I'll just show you how I do the hair. I'll get you started on that. And you can take a break and go whatever you want to do while you put the hair on. Listen to a book or watch a movie or something. So all I'm going to do is I'm taking the same color that I used for the top of the head. I'm just using my hand because these are going to be on the shorter side for boy hair. If you're making a girl, find something a bit longer. Decide how long you want your hair. So if you want your hair like this, find something that when you wrap around it will be that length. But for the boy, I'm just going to grab my yarn around my hand and then just start wrapping it. Usually do about 40 pieces and then add to it. So you just go around like this till you have about 40. Cut it. Keep your top, and you're going to cut on the bottom where your two loose ends are. Then you're going to fold your hairs in half. You may have a better way to do this. Please do it your way if you like it that way better. So stick your hook in the center. And then you're just going to, can you even see that? So you grab your yarn, and then you pull your yarn through the loop you just made. So I don't know if you've seen that very good, so I'll just do one more. And you're just going to go around and around in the spiral of your hair. So sometimes I have to go backwards and see where I got to start. But since I know where my center is, I know I can just start going around. And then when I get 6 of them in there, I know I need to be moving on to the next one. So you got your hook in, grab your hair that's folded in half evenly, pull through and bring up, and then grab those ends and you're going to bring them through that loop you made. So just like the old latch hook rugs used to make. So just go around and around all of the color, and then I think I'll come back and I think we can start on the clothes. Alright, you should have all the hair on, and now we're ready to start on the little bib of his overalls. We're just gonna make a knot with a loop on the end. You don't need much of a tail. We'll crochet over top of that. We're just going to use this to attach the yarn. What we want to do is find our center stitch, so kind of right between the legs here. So I'm going to pick this one. And then we're going to go over 3 stitches. So 1, 2, 3. And that is the stitch we're going to start in. And if you want to just double check, there are going to be 7 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is where our overalls are going to be. And see, good thing we did that, because I'm actually going to start one more over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is where my bib will end up. So insert your hook in that stitch that you picked. You're going to attach your yarn. It's going to come through and then do 1 chain. That doesn't count as a stitch. And now we're going to do 7 single crochets across. Our first stitch is going to go where we attach the yarn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Now we're going to turn. We're not doing a chain 1 because we're just single crocheting. Now we're going to do 7 single crochets across. And look, I forgot to put that under. So I'm going to have to weave that in now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So that was our second row of 7, and we're doing 4. So this will be our third row of 7. Turn it, but no chain 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this one is going to be tricky for me. Just get in that 7th space. 7. And now we're going to turn again to do our 4th row of 7 single crochets. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay. Now we are going to chain, and our chain is going to go all the way till we get to this back bump right here. We're going to attach it, and then we're going to chain to the other side of the bib. Now, for me, it was about 12. So we'll start with 12 and then see how we go here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So let's see how we are for length. That's probably good. I might do 13, so I'm going to do one more. And then I'm going to come in here and grab that lower stitch. And then I'm just going to do a slip stitch. If you want, you can do a slip stitch in the other side to kind of even them out, where you had that little kind of step. And now you're going to chain 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then we added 1, so 13. If that's what number you used, whatever number you used on the other side is what you'll use on this side. Then you're just going to slip stitch into the top first stitch of that corner of the bib there, and then just tie off. And this time you will need a little bit of a tail, because you will have to weave this side in. And what I'm going to do is take the top off his arms so we can see that little piece and make it easier to weave in and out. So you'll just thread your yarn. I'm going to go down a little bit. Kind of hide that knot where I tied off if I can. And then I'm just going to weave in and out a few of these stitches. I think I'm going to take about 5, 1, 2, 3, I don't know, 4 maybe. 4 or 5, so I have 1 stitch on each side then. And I'm only going to go twice. You go as many times as you feel you need to. And if you forgot, like me, to crochet over your beginning tail, we'll just throw that in right now. Because mine's so short, I'm going to put my needle in first and then thread it. Okay. And we can put those back on his arms. And fix his little hairdo. What is with this? Okie dokie. Now let's make him a vest and a hat. Okay, grab whatever color you're using for the vest. And you just need to leave a little bit of a tail that we'll be going over later. So you're just going to make your knot with the loop on the end because we are going to be chaining. And we're going to be chaining 23. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Now we are going to do 22 single crochets across, and that'll be starting in the second chain from the hook. So the loop on your hook does not count. This is your first chain, this is your second chain. So we'll be going in this chain right there. So row 1, 22 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, make sure you're not twisting, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. Chain 1 and turn. Row 2, we're going to do 2 single crochets. We're going to skip 5 single crochets and chain 5 single crochets. We're going to do 8 single crochets across, then we're going to chain 5 and skip 5, and then 2 single crochets on the end. So we'll start with our 2 single crochets. 1, 2. Now we're going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're going to skip 5, so we'll be going in the 6th stitch. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then our first single crochet will be in that 6th stitch, and we got 8 single crochets across, so that's 1 that we just did, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we're going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're going to skip 5 going in that 6th stitch. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then into that next stitch is where we start our last 2 single crochets. So 1 and 2. Chain 1 and turn. Row 3, we are going to be switching to half double crochets, and we're going to start with an increase and then 1 half double crochet and then 5 half double crochets around this chain, 8 half double crochets across the back, 5 half double crochets around this chain, 1 half double crochet, and then a half double crochet increase. So we're going to start with an increase. So for a half double crochet, you yarn over, go in your stitch, grab your yarn, pull up and through. You'll have 3 loops on your hook. Grab your yarn and go through all 3 loops. So it's basically like a single crochet, only you yarn over first. So that's an increase, so we need 2 in that stitch. So let's do another one. Yarn over into that same stitch, grab your yarn, pull up and through, and pull your yarn and go through all 3 loops. So there's your increase. Now we need 1 half double crochet. Now we need 5, and since we're not making arms, we can go right around this chain instead of into it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're going to do 8 half double crochets across, and we're going to be starting right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we're going to do 5 half double crochets over the chains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're going to do 1 half double crochet in the next stitch, and then we're going to do an increase in the last stitch. So 2 half double crochets in that same stitch, 1 and 2. Chain 1 and turn. Row 4, we're going to do an increase, then we're going to do 22 half double crochets across, and then we're going to end with an increase for a total of 26. So increase, half double crochet, 1 and 2, and then we're going to do 22 half double crochets across, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and then we're going to do an increase in the last stitch. So 1 half double crochet and 2 half double crochets in the last stitch. Forgot, we need to chain 1 and turn. And row 5, we're going to do a half double crochet increase, 24 half double crochets across, and then a half double crochet increase for a total of 28. So increase 1 and 2 in the same stitch, and then 24 half double crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and an increase in the last stitch. So 1 and 2, chain 1 and turn. Row 6, you're going to do an increase, 26 half double crochets, and an increase for a total of 30. So increase half double crochet in the first stitch, so 1 and 2, and then we're going to do 26 half double crochets across, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and then an increase in that last stitch, 1 and 2. Chain 1 and turn. Row 7, we're just going to do 30 half double crochets all the way across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, oops, redo that one. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Now we're just going to single crochet all the way to the top and around. So we're going to put 3 single crochets in between each of these 2 lines, because 3 rows of single crochet equals 2 rows of half double crochets. So our first one, we're just going to put 2 in. 1, 2. And then between these 2 lines, we're going to do 1 on this side, 1 in the middle, and then 1 on this side for 3. 1 in the middle, 2, and on this side of the line, 3. Now we're going to do that again. We're going to go on the other side of that line. 1, the middle, and then the inside. And then we're just going to do a couple here around the shoulder. We're not doing 3 in the corner, we're just going to go around. So I'm putting 3 in to get to my top. Then I'm going to just keep on going around that corner, so we don't really have a point there. And now you're just going to single crochet across the other side of the chain when you first started. I don't know why my yarn isn't sliding nicely out of the ball. It's not a new ball, so it should come out nice. Alright, you're going to start getting towards this corner. Remember, you're just going to keep on going. No 3 in the corner. So just go around that bend. So about 3 stitches. I'll do one more, and then we're back to our half double crochet rows. So we want 3 on this side of the line here. So one in the middle-ish, and one on the inside of the line. Now we want to go on the other side of that line, middle, and then this side of the line. And on our other side we had 2 single crochets on here, so let's put 2. And now we're just going to go around and finish off on the bottom. We can do our 3 here if you want. 1, 2, and 3 in the corner. Just remember to finish off that way on the other side. So just go around. Now we're coming close to our bottom corner. So you're just going to want to put 3. So this was our first stitch, so let's use that as 1. Then we'll go 2, 3, and then join. Oops. So that we can tie that off. And you will want to leave a little bit of a tail for weaving in. So grab your needle. And you're going to want to decide what is your right side and your wrong side. So I like having the front side of the stitches on the outside, and to me this is the back side of the stitches going all the way around, so I want to weave in on the back so it's on the inside where you don't see it. And you're just going to go in and out a few stitches. And to me that's enough. Well, I'm not sure how this is going to look with brown and green, but let's try it on. Good, I guess. Well, let's make his pockets and see if that helps. So what did I do? So we're going to chain, so make your knot with the loop. going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we're just going to do 2 rows of 3 starting in this second chain from the hook. 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to turn. 1, 2, 3. I feel like I had maybe one more row. So we're going to do 3 rows of 3. 1, 2, 3. And then just tie that off. Leave yourself enough yarn to sew that around. And we'll make another one. So make your knot with the loop on the end. Chain 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and starting in that second chain from the hook, you're going to do 3 rows of 3 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, turn, and another 3 single crochets across. 1, 2, and 3, turn, and 3 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, tie that off, leaving enough yarn to sew that on. And when I did the first one I was so careful when I was going around to make sure I had my right sides and my wrong sides, and then I went to sew the patch on and I sewed it on the wrong side. So just double check what side you want it on. So this is my right side now. And I'm just gonna weave in this little end here just so it's out of our way. And then we're going to thread our other end on. And just line it up. So it's just kind of sitting on that bottom row just above the row of single crochets you made. Kind of just above the single crochets here. And beside the single crochets here is kind of your line that you're looking at. And you're just going to go up and down. Make sure you're not coming up the same stitch underneath that you went down. So when you go down here, make sure when you come back up, you're not going right there. You want to be over at least 1 stitch. And this doesn't have to be perfect. It's just kind of a patch looking pocket. me get around to the top of the other side. I'm just gonna go up in the corner, and then you're gonna come back down on the inside, and you're gonna tie that together somewhere. And I'm just gonna use my last stitch I did. Tie a knot or two, and then just kind of hide that down in between the jacket and the inside of the pocket. Kind of weave it a bit if you need to. Give that a cut. A little crooked, but that's okay. And we're going to do the other one, so same thing. I just got to figure out what the right side is. I think it's this side. Whoops, I threaded that first. Hopefully I got enough room. Sorry, this kind of stuff takes me a long time to fiddle around with. So line it up again so you're just on the inside of that round of single crochets. Or wherever you choose to put it. I feel like this one's going to go together nicer. Maybe not. Can't even see hardly my stitches there. I'll go on this one. That's a messy knot. I don't know what happened there. And then just bring that in. And let's put that on. That does look a little better with the patches on, but I'm pretty sure this is going to have to go with a green. It'll look better on the green waders than on the brown. All right, let's start the hat now. So you're going to make your knot with the loop on the end, or however you prefer to start when you're going in the round. So I'm going to make my knot with the loop on the end, insert my hook, grab my yarn, and chain one, remembering that just attaches your yarn to the loop and that does not count as a stitch. And for round one, you're going to do 6 single crochets into the loop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Grab a stitch marker if you're using one. And for round 2, you're going to do 6 increases, so that's 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around. So increase 1 and 2, increase 3 and 4, increase 5 and 6, increase 7 and 8, increase 9 and 10, increase 11 and 12. Row 3, you're going to do 1 single crochet, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 18. 1 and an increase, 2 and 3, 4 and an increase, 5 and 6, 7 and an increase, 8 and 9, 10 and an increase, 11 and 12, 13 and an increase, 14 and 15, 16 and an increase, 17 and 18. Row 4, you're going to do 2 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. So 1, 2, and an increase, 3 and 4, 5, 6, and an increase, 7 and 8, 9, 10, and an increase, 11 and 12, 13, 14, and an increase, 15 and 16, 17, 18, and an increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, and an increase, 23 and 24. Row 5, you're going to do 3 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 30. 1, 2, 3, and an increase, 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, and an increase, 9 and 10, 11, 12, 13, and an increase, 14 and 15, 16, 17, 18, and an increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, 23, and an increase, 24 and 25, 26, 27, 28, and an increase, 29 and 30. Row 6, you're going to do 4 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 36. 1, 2, 3, 4, and your increase, 5 and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and your increase, 11 and 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and an increase, 17 and 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and an increase, 23 and 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and an increase, 29 and 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and an increase, 35 and 36. Row 7, you're going to do 5 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and an increase, 6 and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and an increase, 13 and 14. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and an increase, excuse me, 20 and 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and an increase, 27 and 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and an increase, 34 and 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and an increase, 41 and 42. Row 8, we're going to go in the back loop. So if you remember, you're going to go down through the V and out the back instead of under both sides of the V. So back loops only, 42 single crochets all the way around. So get down through that V and out that back loop. And remember, you'll start seeing a line coming around the front if you're doing it correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. All right, rows 9 to 12 are just going to be 42 single crochets all the way around. And I don't want to count by rows, and I don't want to multiply by 4 for 160. So I'm going to do 2 sets of 42. So my first 2 rows will be 42 and 42, which is 84. And then my last 2 rows will be another 42, and that'll be 4 rows of 42. So I'm going to count to 84 twice instead of 160 something. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So that was row 1 of 4, and I'm going to keep on counting on the next row. 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, and 84. So that's 2 of our 4 rows of 42. And I'm going to start at 1 again and count to 84 for the last 2 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So that was 3 of the 4 rows, and our last row, I'm just going to keep on counting. 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84. So that was our 4 rows of 42. All right, for row 13, we're going to be going in the front loop. So if you remember, instead of going down and under both sides of the V, you're going to come down and up through that V. So up through that front loop into the V. So for row 13 in the front loops, it's going to be 6 single crochets, 1 increase, and repeat that all the way around. And make sure you start in the next stitch in the front loop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and an increase, 7 and 8. If you're doing it correctly, you'll start getting this line in the back side now of your work. Not, whoops. 9, excuse me, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and an increase, 15 and 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and an increase, 23 and 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and an increase, 31 and 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, and an increase, 39 and 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and an increase, 47 and 48. All right, for row 14, you are going to do 7 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 54. And I'm going to do this row a little differently than I usually do because for some reason I have a hard time doing multiples of 9. So I'm going to do your 7 single crochets, the increase, and then I'm going to start again at 1 and just keep doing sets of 9 all the way around. All right. So 1, 2, 3, whoops, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and our increase, 8 and 9. So I'm going to start again at 1 instead of continuously counting all my stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the increase, 8 and 9. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and increase, 8 and 9. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an increase, 8 and 9. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an increase, 8 and 9. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an increase, 8 and 9, and that should bring you right back around to your stitch marker. Row 15, we're going to do 8 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 60. I'm going to go back to my usual way, consecutively going. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and an increase, 9 and 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, whoops, 17, 18, and an increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and an increase, 29 and 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, and an increase, 39 and 40. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and an increase, 49 and 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, and an increase, 59 and 60. And that is the end of our brim, and I'm just going to do 1 or 2 slip stitches just so there's not a big bump right there where you ended on the point, and then tie off and leave a little bit of a tail for weaving in. And I kept my stitch marker in until I had it finished, just so I remembered where the back of the hat was. All right, now I'm going to grab the chunk for the band. So I'm using the accent color that I use for the pockets. And let me think, do I need, yeah, leave a bit of tail, because I think I use this as part of the tie, if you want to put a tie. So that's a good, probably 8 or 10 inches there that I left. And we'll start with 45 chains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Now just check that. When I originally did this, I thought 40 should work because it's about 42 around the brim, but for some reason it was too short. So yeah, 45 is good for me. It goes all the way around. So I'm just going to tie that off now and leave a long tail. So again, a good 10 or so. That's more than 10 probably. Well, 10 doubled, so that's 20 probably, easily. Okay, and how did I do this? I put one end down into the hat. So thread your needle, find your kind of halfway. So what I'm doing is I'm lining up the points from the front and the back, and then the points on the side, and then this is going to be my middle right here. And I wasn't exact, I just was, you know, a little bit wherever. Whoops, don't put it there. We want to put it, want to put it on the line where it bends to make the brim. So 1, 2, 3 rows up, and then just put it in one of those stitches. So you're just going to be coming right in where your back loop line is. And we'll just pull that out for now. Whoops. And then we want to remember where this side is. This is making no sense. I'm just going to mark this side so I know where it is when I get back around. Do I have a little chunk somewhere? Okay. So now we're going to bring our chain around. And we're going to just kind of attach this end to this end. And then we're going to sew the front of it on. So we just want to go right in where my knot was. I don't know if it matters. I think I can go down. Whoopsie. Froggy, what are you doing? It's not your time to shine. And then I went straight down into the hat. Actually, I think I sewed this up one row, but we're going to do it this way on this one. So just above this line is where we wanted to sew, and I went, I don't know, probably about 3 or 4 stitches. So like that. So that's where I joined. I got about 3 stitches over. And then I'm going to go right into the next stitch on the front of the hat. But then when I come back up through, I'm going to go about 3 or 4 stitches. Because we're not like sewing it down good, we're just kind of tacking it there so it doesn't move around too much. But you don't want to go across 3 stitches on the front because you'll see the line of your thread. So 3 or 4 stitches over. Just make sure you're going in and out the same row with it. And we're just going to keep doing that till we get to the other side where we marked. And so we're right about there, so I'm going to come up where I marked. Get rid of that, and then I'm going to go right back down on the other side of a stitch and come down. So, and I didn't do anything in the back at all. If you want to go back and tack that down, you can. I'm leaving mine unsewn. All right, so let's just do some finishing work here. We want to weave in this end. Oopsie. Try and hide that knot if you can. You might have to bring some stitches around like this, just so there's no bump there. But it will be in the back, so it won't be, shouldn't be too noticeable. Maybe I gotta go this way. There is a fancy way of doing this, but usually my knot just goes right in and you don't notice it. There, that's better, maybe. I'll fancy yours up better than I am. That's one thing that I really enjoy when people share their work with me on my Facebook page. If you've done a better job than I did, then I know I did my job showing you how to do it good. I love there's so many creative things you guys do when you share your work with me. I'm just so excited to see it. So if you do want to share anything with me and you didn't know how, I always have a link down in the description. If you click more under the video, and then you have to click more again, I believe. I almost want to leave that side out. Too late now. Anyway, and then the link will be down there, and you just go to my craft page, and pinned up top. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Sorry about that. Pinned up top, there is a featured post at the top of the page that has a whole bunch of YouTube looking buttons, and you just click on that and it'll take you there, or you can like or leave a comment, and you don't have to join or follow or anything. You can just go right in there and leave a photo. I think I weaved that in good enough. Okay, it's time. See if I can move this without dropping everything. No, it wants to be top heavy on the one side. Okay. All right, see if I can get my arms out far enough to get him in the camera. No, not quite. All right, so let's put his hat on. I actually like the hat in green a lot. I just don't know if the vest goes with the brown pants. So I am going to switch them around. I don't know which one I'll be putting in the thumb. For the front, I'll probably have this guy like this, and then in the video I'll have them dressed all in brown and all in green, so I just got to trade their jackets around. So all I did for his hat, since I'm not sewing it on, was I just tied it down here. Just like that. Let's see, but let me see if I can find a bead. Oh yeah, I got these. I don't, what color though? I don't have any brown ones or wooden ones, but that would be cute. I thought this would be cute, so it actually looked like the little ties you can get on those hats. Oh, that's blue. Let's do green. Yeah, sorry, my mouth is basically right on the phone. And then, oh, that does look cute. So then just tie these ends. I don't know if I want to leave green on there though. All right, let's do a clear one. Ah. If you had little wooden ones, that would be super cute. So you have to make your knot big enough on these ends so that they didn't, I don't know if I want to do 1 knot or 2 knots on each side. Anyway, you get the idea here. I think I'm going to do that on the other one too. And I don't know if I'm going to leave them apart or together. Oh, I do really like that. There you go. Cinch your little hat up. Perfect. If you don't have a bead and you wanted to do this, you could try like just doing a little knot of yarn. Actually, a little button would probably work too. If it had the right, if it could kind of hang flat down instead of out sideways. There we go. This one I'm gonna knot. Oh, this one doesn't stay as good. The yarn's thinner, I think. This one I'm gonna knot in once. It even looks cute, not tightened up. Behind that ear. Oh, too bad that doesn't stay up there. Okay, I'm going to try and quickly explain how I made the little hooks, little flies that I put in the hat. Now, I'm using some sparkly pipe cleaners. You can use just regular, or if you don't have anything like this available and you don't want to wait till you can get to a shop to go get it, you could also just use, say, a little, if you have a little pin, and just do like tie little matching pieces of yarn on that are like, tie them and then cut them nice and short. Oh, let me just show you. Nothing awkward about this. And then if you just cut them short and do a whole bunch in different colors or the same color, whatever you want, you could just do that, and then you just poke that down in the hat. Or if your pins don't break easily, you could bend your pin into a hook shape. I might just cut that little point off if that's what you end up using. So for me and my trusty little dollar store wire, if you see this, grab a pack, because if you never use it, I mean, $1.25, you can't go wrong. But I tend to use this quite often, so if I see it seasonally, I will grab a little chunk. I think I've been using the same pack for almost a year now, just for little tiny things. So I just took my 2 pieces of sparkly pipe cleaner and I just twisted it around the end of my wire. I went a little bit past, then I folded it over, and then I twisted it again. You can do this however you want, depending on how much green or yellow you'd want to be showing for this one, or if you're doing it all the same color. And then I just cut them off, so you will need a wire cutter. But if you're like me, I got all kinds of fun little tools. You should see my screwdriver collection. Every little fancy screwdriver they ever made in the last 30 years I probably got. Well, I haven't really bought many in the last probably 5 years, but if it's a gadgety little screwdriver, I gotta have it. And then I think I used the end of this. I just made my curve and then adjusted it however I needed it. This one's a little bigger than the rest. I might actually fold that over again. There's no really right or wrong way. And then just use your wire cutters again to make the little end on your hook. And then you just stick it in somewhere. My hook's a little big, but you get the idea. I might bring that up. I can't twist it out. There we go. Whoops. So I made mine a lot longer than I should have, but just so you get the idea. Just kind of place them wherever you want. Kind of haphazardly. Try not to be OCD and put them all even. So you'll make a couple of those. And then I will show you how to do the little bobber and the fish. And then I'll just kind of explain how I did the fishing pole. Because I don't know if you all will want to be making the fishing pole or not. Dumb camera. Alright, for the bobber, I went down a hook size, so I will be using a, can you see that? 3.75 from a 2 or 4.25. Just because I found it was a little tighter, and really I used too big of a hook for Amigurumi anyways. But I have a tight enough stitch that it seems to work out. But if you use a smaller hook, they're usually a lot nicer looking. Alright, so make your knot with the loop on the end, or however you want to start. Pull through, make your chain to attach the yarn. And for row 1, you're going to do 5 single crochets into the loop. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grab a stitch marker if you're using one. And for row 2, you're going to do 5 increases, so that's 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around for a total of 10. So increase 1 and 2, increase 3 and 4, increase 5 and 6, increase 7 and 8, and increase 9 and 10. Row 3, you're going to do 1 single crochet, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 15. So 1, increase for 2 and 3, 4, increase for 5 and 6, 7, increase for 8 and 9, 10, increase for 11 and 12, 13, and an increase for 14 and 15, but do not finish off your 15th stitch because we're going to change to the white or whatever color you're making your bobber. Okay, so you're just going to tie that on nice and close to where your hook's sitting on your yarn. A couple of times. I cut my red a little short. All right. Pull that through to finish off that 15th stitch. Row 4, you're going to do 15 single crochets all the way around. My stitch marker is in my way. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Row 5, you're going to do 1 single crochet, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 10. So 1, decrease for 2, 3, decrease for 4, 5, decrease for 6, 7, decrease for 8, 9, and decrease for 10. And row 6, you're just going to do 5 decreases all the way around. So 1 decrease, 2 decreases, 3 decreases, 4 decreases, and 5 decreases. And then you're just going to slip stitch and leave your tail quite long because you're going to use this piece to tie up through here and down along your fishing pole. So leave like a good arm length or something. Whoopsie daisy. Grab some stuffing and we'll put a little bit of stuffing in there. And this is going to be tricky to stuff, but it's a lot easier to make unstuffed than if you were trying to stuff it as you were crocheting around. There we go. I got a little piece going in there now. And you want to stuff it enough that it goes into a ball for you. I probably started with too much and should have went little bits at a time here. I'm getting pointed, I see. But let's get that in there and see if I can fix it. I think I might have enough. So grab your darning needle and we'll close this up. I had the cutest little tiny actual bobber. I was gonna go find it and bring it up for this, but I forgot. It might even be smaller than this. It's so cute. But I mean, I don't think I've ever been able to find a use for it when I'm fishing because it's so teeny. All right, so we'll close that up. You can tie it or leave it, and we'll give it one little knot. Go up through the center of the bottom and then come out through the center of the top. And this is now your fishing line for your pole. Let's do the little fish. And I chose gray because I have so many greens and browns going on already. Plus, anytime you can use sparkly yarn, you grab the sparkly yarn. So you're going to make your knot with the loop on the end. And I know it's a pretty basic shape. I thought about fins and everything, but it's kind of just a little add-on, not actual making a fish. All right, so you're going to grab your yarn and make your chain 1 to attach your yarn to the loop. Remember, that doesn't count as a stitch. And for row 1, you're going to do 6 single crochets into the loop. And oh, again, I'm using the smaller hook. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Grab a stitch marker if you're using one. And for row 2, you're going to do 2 single crochets and then 1 increase. Repeat that for a total of 8. So 1. Make sure you're going in the right stitches and you're not going in the same one twice. 2. See, this is my stitch here, but my next stitch is all the way over here. Increase. 3 and 4. And 2 more. 5, 6, and an increase. 7 and 8. That's why I enjoy using yarn stitch marker, because I can kind of tell if I made a mistake. I know right away when I get to the end of the row. Row 3, we're going to do 3 single crochets and an increase, and then repeat that around. 1, 2, 3, increase, 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, and an increase, 9 and 10. Rows 4 to 6, we're just going to do 10 single crochets all the way around. So that's 3 rows, so we're going to do those consecutively. 3 times 10 is 30, and then just flip our marker when we hit a set of 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Flipping my marker and keep on counting. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, flipping my marker, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Row 7, we're going to do 3 single crochets, 1 decrease, and repeat that for a total of 8. 1, 2, 3, and a decrease for 4. Whoopsie. 5, 6, 7, and a decrease for 8. Row 8, we're going to do 2 single crochets and a decrease. Repeat that for a total of 6. So 1, 2, and a decrease for 3. And I know it's getting tiny, so just take your time. 4, 5, and a decrease for 6. Row 9, you're going to do 1 single crochet and 1 decrease for a total of 4. So 1 single crochet, and if you need to, pull your yarn. Just make them tight little stitches. Twist and pop it out a little bit if you can. So a decrease for 2. Then 1 single crochet for 3. And and try and get that 4th decrease in there. So decrease for 4. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of my stitch marker because it's just in the way. Now you want to fold it in half, and you need to get 2 single crochets however you can across here. So I'm going to go right in the stitch I was just in, and then just through the back anywhere up top, kind of even where I'm in. And then I'm going to go in this last stitch here. A single crochet. And I'm going to apologize right now for the 2 little fins because I do them differently every time, but what we want to do is we're going to chain, come back and slip stitch, chain, come back and tie off. So however you need to do it to get it kind of even. So I'm going to do 4 chains. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to turn, so I'm on the other side now, and I'm going to go in that same stitch where I started my chains, and I'm going to slip stitch. So you've got 1 fin now. And I found I had to slip stitch into this one instead of just chaining up, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to slip stitch in the last stitch and then make my chain. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then slip stitch where you started your chain. And they should be pretty even, or even enough just to look like there's a fin there, and then just tie off nice and tight down there. Leave enough. You're just going to thread it inside. You can tie it if you want, but I'm just going to put it right in. You could also give them 2 little eyes if you want, or a little mouth, but I'm leaving mine plain. So you just put some black up in here or across the front. And I'm just going to hide this knot in here. In you go. I don't know where I'm coming out. Anywhere. Oh no, sorry, not anywhere. Oh, come out the hole in front because this is going to be, I lucked out. So, that is going to be your string for carrying it if you're going to have it in his hand, or if you want to, you don't need the string if you're going to make the hook, and then you'll just put the hook in through there. Well, easier said than done apparently. So he's caught his little fishy. I should have left that on. And if you're going to put it in his hand, you can either just make a little slip knot so it can go around his wrist if you want to change it up, or say you want to put more than 1 fish. For right now, all I did was I went up through his hand, and he's just kind of holding his fish like that. And then you'll tie that off, or however you want to leave the fish part. And now I'm just going to explain the fishing rod because I don't know if everyone's going to be making one. I don't know how fancy you want to get. You can just have a stick with the bobber hanging off. So what I started off with is I have a chopstick. You can use a pencil or a paintbrush end, just anything you can find around the house that's kind of the right size. And I just made the hook out of my wire. I used my smaller hook as a guide for the loop, and then I just twisted the wire around, and then I just bent the hook the size I wanted it. And this is definitely needs adjustment. And then I tied a piece of yarn to my hook, tied that piece to the end of the bobber, and then I did the same thing I did with the hook. to make a little loop to stick down into the chopstick. So it's just a little loop like I did here, and then I just kind of pushed till I got it in there. I think the end's maybe that big. I mean, I could take it out. I didn't glue it, so see, it just looks like that. And I didn't drill a hole or nothing, I just kind of played with it a bit. I think I used a pin to push in a couple of times. Then you go up through the loop if you're doing that, and then I just tied it down at the bottom. Oh, and for the, I know it's not really a worm. I just took a teeny little piece of pink and chained. You'll probably, if you do a worm, want to make it longer. I think this is like 5 little chains. And then I just stuck it on here, basically to see what it would look like. But you don't even have to chain. I mean, when you put a worm on a hook, it's just wrapped around, right? So you could even just tie or wrap a piece of pink on the end of your hook if you're doing that. And then I tied this too soon, but I'm going to untie it and I'm just going to stick it through his little hand. But it is going to make him kind of side heavy. So I don't know how that's going to work if you are trying to display him with his little hook and fishing pole. I guess that's everything. So I guess I'll just say my few little things. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Not only does that help me out, but you will also be notified every time I load a new video. Feel free to share, make and sell as many as you want. I guess be safe, have a great day, and happy crocheting.